Yo, I'm back again. It's been a week, but here we are with D&D again. Yeah, I've not been streaming a lot last week. Also because I got a lot of overwork, but hey, a lot of overwork also means more budget, right? Because for every minute that I work overtime, I actually get paid out. So hey, even though I'm suffering now, I'm getting paid out later. But for D&D, we're back again. Last time we were working more on, well, I was more working on the towns and what else did we talk about? I think we went through a lot of stuff, like story setups. But this week I wanted to go into the materials because I want to add more depth to my world by having like different types of, well, not necessarily magical, well, I guess you could say magical ore because they have like special effects, right? Like, oh yeah, you have some kind of life leech kind of ore, and then if you integrate that into a weapon, you can steal life from an enemy or something like that. Or you can use it as a passive on one of your hits, like a smite, but instead it has life leech effect. There's also, I want to do the potion system, I figure since it's a hex crawl, it would be funny if people could, when they're going through a hex style, that they could spend some time collecting resources while traveling through a hex style. And depending on how high their passive perception would be, or maybe how high their survival, or how high their, how do you call it, their, what was the other one? It's survival or, oh, nature. How high their nature is. They would collect some more stuff. Usually in these kind of games, it's mostly the rogue that kinds to loot a lot, right? Like usually items. But I think it would be funny or interesting if there's interesting stuff to loot as well in a dungeon for the druid or for the ranger, well, also the rogue a little bit, so they can do alchemy stuff or make potions with special effects. So I was just thinking about that, and then I started thinking like, oh, what if we use like the 3 ingredient or 4 ingredient way, where every plant has like a buff, but it also comes with a debuff, and then it also comes with a negating effect. So you have to combine the ingredients in such a way that you negate the bad stuff but keep the positive stuff. I think they did that in Oblivion as well, right? Where if you combine certain stuff, you only got the positive effects. So for example, if you were to add ingredient A with ingredient B, that you would get, let's say, imagine A has like, oh, you're resistant to radiant damage, and then B has like a healing effect, like, oh, you regain 2 d4s of HP, but then one has the negative effect of making you unconscious or something, but then the other ingredient has like negates the effect of getting unconscious from eating stuff. So if you combine them, then you still get the resistance against, what did I say, radiant damage, and you also get the healing, but you don't fall asleep. Like I wanted to do it that way. So I made an entire list of ingredients, and then of course I had to make an extra column to say if it's common, uncommon, or rare. And then of course I also had to specify a region, like if it grows underwater, above water, if it grows in caves, hot climates, cold climates, jungles, forests, plains, that sort of stuff. But I'm like, now that I have that, I have the stats, I have the name, but now I also have to add the name to the, what's it called? Like to some kind of generator, so that if people are walking through a tile and they decide to search in that tile, what they would get out of it, right? Because if I have to go manually decide that, that's gonna take a long time. So I think it would be better if I were to make an auto-generated list, and then depending on which tile they are and how much they roll, they get 1 or 2 materials, or maybe 3 materials. Like if they're rolling very high, then they get like the common, uncommon. Wait, no. If they roll low, they get the common. If they roll mid, they would get the common and uncommon. And if they roll high, they get all 3, including the rare one. I think that would be nice. Of course, there's also a chance of getting nothing. And I have to go integrate that into the macros on D&D as well. Let's see. I also need to make a, how do you call it? Like a calling card for the zones, because every zone has a city. Well, most zones have a city. Some only have towns, and some don't have anything. But by adding that, I want to make a page for myself so that I can say like, oh, I want to check in on this town. Oh, this town, this is situated in this region. Oh, because it's in this region, the people that you will likely find in this town should be, for example, humans and dwarves. And then you can also see which languages would probably be spoken there. And then based on the region, it should also tell you what plants you could find where then, or like which plants could occur in that region. So it's like it automated. Wait, no, it's not automated. It searches the database for inputs, and then it outputs the values that I want. I think that would be a nice one. Of course, again, I can't really show it, but it's what I'm working on at the moment. So if I got the road here, in what way should I then add it? I think I should add these zones vertically. That would make sense, I think. So I say, for example, this equals this one, and then keep repeating it. And then I should probably do the formatting the same way. Should work like this. Hey, Smokka, how you doing? We're just doing some world building here. I'm trying to automate some stuff by using Google Sheets, by inputting data sheets, and then I should be able to call up certain data depending on which town I'm selecting. So if I'm selecting a town, then it should roll out all the positives in the database. So it says like, oh, what's the religion? Oh, what's the food? What's the products? What's the languages? Which kinds of races would walk around in that town? Doing pretty good, actually. Oh, nice. How's your injury? Is it totally over now, or are you still suffering from it a little bit? Let's see. I can change this screen, but yeah, it's mostly just a chill stream at this point. I can walk with a supporting wrap, but it's still painful with certain. Ooh, man, that sounds rough. Have you been able to get your rest though, or have you been on foot every day? I'm gonna have to write out a lot of town names that I imagined. I've been imagining names like Varkheim. Thorn Crest. Parsfield. I'm hoping they sound Nordic enough. Have had to go to uni hospital for patient examination and reports. Ooh. Although it was just a sprain, it was a pretty tough one. And yeah, been on foot almost every day. Yeah, so that's what I personally noticed, is that if I'm getting sick and I immediately take a break from everything, I just call in sick. I say like, oh, I got a sickness, and I immediately start resting. Then usually I'm healed up in like 2 or 3 days, right? Just by taking rest, focusing on eating food with like high iron or high vitamin or like healthy food, right? But if I slog through it and I still go to work for 2 days after starting to feel sick, then I notice that the healing process just takes longer because you're spending more energy to do other stuff, right? So I wonder if that's the same for your situation with the sprain. Because normally they say like, oh, sitting still is the best, right? Just drop down and do nothing. So I should make this checkboxes. Checkboxes, where are you? Insert. Format. Not smart chips, not rotation. Data. Where's the option to turn it into it? Oh, there it is, checkbox. So it becomes true or false, right? Hey, Slanet. Am I saying that correctly? Welcome, welcome. Let me go give you a shout out because I've been lurking and watching you a few times, and this is the first time I'm seeing you here. I think I found you through Texon, right? I think I came in with a raid. I think it was them that raided. You're saying it right, and oh my god, thank you. No problem, no problem. Yeah, I remember you. I think the first time that I watched you, you were playing the supermarket game, right? Where you had to run a store. What were you playing last? Wuthering Waves? Ooh, the gacha game. How far are you? Did you get any lucky pulls? I have not played that game myself. I've been taking a break from most gacha games, although I still play a little bit of Girls Frontline too, but that's mostly because it has the XCOM type of gameplay, and it's nice to just be able to play that once in a while and grow your units without permadeath like the classic XCOM games. Playing Supermarket and Tag is one of the first few friends I made starting video. Nice. Yeah, he's a great dude. He actually made his return, right? Have you seen him stream yesterday? He showed off a new PNG model. He was super happy with it. Also, for those who don't know, I should probably shout out Texon as well. Although I'm not sure if Twitch now takes Texon or Tactical Ninja, because in the past he called himself Tactical Ninja 77 or something, I think. But I have to double check that before I shout out the wrong person. But yeah, I'm in my D&D mode. This is not my normal model. This is purely for D&D's sake. I'm working on a campaign for a group of people that are also VTubers. Most are situated in Asia, but there are also some players from Europe, and some of them have never played D&D, and some have a little bit of experience. I myself only DM'd once, but I've been in multiple campaigns, so this is something pretty new for me. And from the first time that I DM'd, I was very unprepared, so I had to keep working hard and rushing everything to keep it interesting, and it sort of fell apart. So this time what I'm doing is like I'm trying to prepare as much as possible in advance by making entire lists of like, oh, what kind of plants are in this area, or what kind of languages are people speaking, or what kind of races could you encounter here? Like, oh, you're situated next to a mountain, well, you could be encountering dwarves or Goliaths or giants, like that sort of stuff. So once the party gets to that zone, I don't have to start looking everything up. I can just reach out to my database and just say like, oh, they hit this town, and then based on that town name that I input into the database, it should roll out like all the information bits that I need. Like, oh, they speak these languages, you can find these plants in the forest. If you mine around, or I don't know, how do you call it? Like scavenge around, you could find like these ores or these stones or these metals. I could even go as far as saying how much economic strength they have, like if it's like a trading hub or not. So that's pretty much how I work now. It's like I just make an entire system to think for me, and so I don't have to do it on the fly. So I can just call up the information whenever I need it. But that does require me to set it up in advance, right? So it's a lot of stuff. I think I can I show you the... Yeah, I can show you part of the world map. This is without any detail on it. And it's... Yeah, there's no mountains on this map. There's no towns, but this is just the general layout of... I think this is around 1/4 of the map. And the grid size is around 9... What is it? I think it was around 90 hextiles by 175 hextiles. I'd love to see. Yeah. So as you can see, whoop, there's something very interesting happening in that center island. Something bad happened there. That entire zone is fractured and destroyed, as you can see. So that makes it a little bit more interesting. That's definitely not the beginner zone, I'll tell you that. They should stay away from that zone. But yeah, I'm trying to add like deserts and jungles and plains and ancient forests and like Arctic areas and mountains. There's a more advanced version of the map, but since this is a hex scroll, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with hex scrolls is where you pretty much go from hextile to hextile, and every time you move, something could happen, or maybe some structure gets revealed, or maybe you find something there, like a plant, or maybe an encounter with monsters. But that's part of the fun, right? The exploring. So I can't show you the exact landscape, because otherwise I would already be spoiling the players that might be lurking sometime. Because otherwise, if they know that, oh, this is where the forest is, then they can just hightail it up there, right? But if they first have to go search for the forest, or have to go to town and ask the NPCs like, do you know about any ancient forests in the nearby area, or like some shrines or ruins or whatever, and then they get hints from the townsfolk about, oh yeah, there's been this old catacomb down in the forest that's a little bit overgrown. Nobody ever goes there. And then they can go there on their own and go explore, right? And hopefully encounter something interesting there. I already have an overarching storyline. I also have the beginning, like the very first quest, or the pull-in into the story. But now I just have to work through all the data sets. Ooh, ads are incoming. Also, I was looking up Tactical Ninja or Texan. Yeah, I think he permanently changed to Texan now. Because in my history, it did show Tactical Ninja before, but now I think it's just Texan. Yeah, they were playing the French game, the Expedition 33. So you already got most of it set up. I'd like to think so. So I got the world lore, like, oh, what happened 2,800 years ago, what happened 200 years ago, and then also the bit about what's happening now. I have some ancient heroes from back in the age that, of course, might have some artifacts that still exist somewhere in the world. There is probably also some greater evil, right, that's still lurking around since that ancient time. Maybe it didn't get defeated entirely. You know, maybe some remnants are left behind, or maybe it's regaining its power, or it got revived by some cult, like that sort of stuff. So there's a pantheon, there's the gods, there's let's see, the history. We are doing the plans. So I made a database entry for plants, and I have a positive effect, I have a negative effect, and then a negating effect. So by combining different plants together, you can negate the bad effects but keep the positives. And I need to do something similar for the poisons, so that it's interesting for the rogue or the the rogue, the druid, or the ranger to apply that maybe to their arrows. So it's, for example, there's a poison that lowers their how do you call it? Like, they give disadvantage on Constitution throws if they get hit by that arrow and they fail the save, which then also means that other people can take advantage of that if they use spells that trigger off their failed Constitution saves. I'm trying to make it sort of team-based. It's like you can stack effects on each other. I think that's a nice idea. But yeah, lots to do in essence. Like I said before, this is mostly just chill, so sadly there's not much to see at this point, except for me sitting behind my book just working and trying to add stuff to make it easier later on. I also made some macros. I mentioned that last time, I think. So the hex crawl is that every hex tile is 1 day's worth of adventure or traveling, right? So if they go from hex tile 1 to hex tile 3, that would be 2 days of travel, which also means they need 2 days of food, right? But since you also have horses and boats and airships and that sort of stuff in D&D, I made a macro that calculates the days and the rations used automatically, so I don't have to do that either. I can just input like, oh, they traveled by horse and they traveled 5 tiles. How long did they take over that? And then because of the formula and the macro, it just auto calculates that for me. Have you played D&D yourself, Slad? I'm kind of curious. Because I think Slanet is also a goddess, I think, in Warhammer 40k, right? No, that's Slanesh, I think. Slanesh. Yeah, that's with a double A. Slanesh, yeah. Hey, Jumpy, welcome. Oh man, you're hitting me right in the finances. For those who don't know, I got a money save redeem that if people use it, then I'm forced to save money onto my savings account, and that means I can't spend it on other stuff. And of course, I also have drink redeems. If you are interested in that, you can order a dream with some points and then upgrade your stats over time. So that's another $8. No, not the connection. How could you? You're hacking the connection. It's glitching up. Nah, just kidding. It's just redeemed. Don't worry, people. We're not getting hacked. But how have you been, Chompy? Is everything going well? Going into social stealth mode? No problem. I can understand that. Wait. $8. Added to the pile. So I heard this week has been nuts. Like, I think Gargura from Hololive had their last stream. They graduated. I'm not sure about Mume, if she already graduated or... But I think she was also going out. And then there's the other drama of the other VTubers, and you can't avoid it. Like, you see it everywhere, plastered on YouTube. Let's see. But I'm gonna take it easy. I always feel like I should not involve myself in that kind of drama, right? Okay, so we got ENVTUBER, which is our Nordic region. We got Fjord. We got Vargheim, Thorncrest, and Karsfield. And Salterian. And then in where's that other region? Oh, I have to go freeze some columns again in this program. How do we do it again? Format, freeze, column 1, and then also freeze row number 1. Okay, so I can move around a little bit. Varloon is in the Elder Grove Hollows, same as Silverwood and Elder Pen. What else do we have? Oh, there's a lot of... Okay, so I will tell you that certain regions just have more civilization than other regions. Like, of course, the Nordic and the forest regions don't have as many towns as the plains or the open fields, right? Like, I feel that makes sense that certain parts of the world are just more populated than others because humans settled there. Well, in extreme conditions, people would probably not really venture there. They would probably stay far and far away. Then we got a city called Veluthar, with a town called Gold Barrow, and another called Alderbrook. And a seaside town called Saltmere. We're forgetting a name in the Nordic region though. and that would be Stormhaven and Iron Ridge. Okay, that's most of them. And then we also got a town called River Glen. Did I already add in Thornfield? I don't think so. Wait, where's my alignment? There we go. Should I color code this? I probably should, to make it easier to understand. But yeah, crazy week on the VTuber scene. Oh, definitely, yeah. A lot of stuff happening. But I also noticed something else. So, you know how drama happens, right? And then some VTuber gets outcasted because something bad got discovered on them. And then suddenly everyone jumps on the bandwagon to give their input. Like, I know it's happening, but I personally don't really feel the necessity to talk about that person that did something bad, or talk about the person that was the victim, or that sort of stuff. Sure, it's bad what happened, but I'm just an outsider, right? Like, people don't really... Like, should people care what my opinion is about that situation, even I'm an outsider not involved in it? But it seems that a lot of channels are suddenly putting out, like, the content about, like, oh, have you seen this? Or have you seen the latest updates in this? And people did a response video saying this and that. And I feel like they're just adding fuel to the fire. Or, well, maybe not fuel to the fire, but definitely chasing the drama, I think. And then I started to think, like, it's easy to align yourself with the people who are just, or are seen as just, right? But just because someone did something bad doesn't make the other person good, if I'm making sense. Like, if someone gossiped or did something bad, that's one thing, right? But then if you gossip about the person that's gossiping, then aren't you just as bad or doing the exact same thing? At least that's how I'm thinking about it a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm making much sense here, but I'm trying to. Okay, and then we got the other city called Durnhold. And inside the region of Durnhold are the village of Sunwillow, Brighthold, Farwind, Oatstead, and we're missing one. Oh, there. Driftmore. I think that's all of them, at least for towns. So up to the next region then. which is called as with the towns called Tidal Reach, Black Reach. Although, should I have two towns called Reach? I feel that's a little bit dumb as name. Bright Shore. Now I'm rethinking a name, because one name is Bright Hold, right? But if I also have Bright Shore, and then there's also a Tidal Reach with a Black Reach, is that gonna be confusing? Or would that be funny if it's confusing? That certain towns sound like each other, but they're in totally different regions. And if they don't remember it correctly, they're getting sent to the wrong town. Hey, that could be an adventure by itself. Ah, I thought we were going to Bright Shore, but we actually went to Bright Hold. Whoops, we didn't pay attention to the crossroad. We followed the wrong sign. Oop. Oh, there's still an unnamed village in the south there. I totally forgot about this one. Whoopsie. If anyone has a suggestion for a name, it's welcome. Let's just put it at that. If they're close enough, could be grounds for rivalry feuds, but one town wants the other towns to change name involving the player in their feud. Hey, yeah, that could be a funny... Yeah, that could be a funny one. I'm still thinking. They're still quite... Okay, I will say, the distance is quite far between the two. Bright Hold is 720 miles away from Bright Shore. That distance is big enough that they would not have a rivalry, right? I hope, maybe. What's another word for a lake? Synonym lake. Pond, pool, tarn, reservoir, lagoon, swim, log. Oh, that could be a cool one. We could call it the black log. Don't think of pool when I say log. Yeah, we're laying a black log. No, it's a log with L-O-C-H. It's like Loch Ness. But this time we call it black log. Maybe we could have like a sea creature in the lake or something. That's long enough to wonder if they even know each other. Yeah. I mean, I put the towns at this distance on a purpose, because imagine if you had towns like modern times where, oh, you can just reach town, like one town to another town in like 6 hours walking, right? Which is something you can do in the Netherlands. Like if I were to go out here and I would walk to Rotterdam, I could easily do that within a few hours. So that would not be much of an adventure, right? There would not be a lot of wilderness. But now imagine if you have to travel for like, I don't know, 16 days through the wilderness just to get from point A to point B. Like, imagine if I have to travel from here to, what's it called? For example, from here to Berlin. Then suddenly it's a much bigger adventure, right? Like if I have to travel to Germany, because walking that distance is much rougher So that's why I just use that for the world. Like, things are just further apart from each other. How about jumbling it even further, like Blalok or Blaloch? Wait, Blaoch? I was thinking about that. But when I was thinking about how to name things, I feel like the towns, especially the human towns and the Nordic towns, should still contain cues to their location and simple names. Like, if you remember World of Warcraft, they usually have a naming sense where it's just parts of the environment combined together to make a name location. For example, you have Stormwind for the Alliance, for the humans, right? The capital city. And then you have Iron Forge for the dwarves. So that's just a combination of two words, but it's still a good naming sense. And they do that for the taverns as well, I think. For example, the town is called Goldshire, I think, which is just the word gold and shire. So I feel that makes sense for the towns, but then for the elven locations, like an elven ruin or like an elven town, then I would think that a name like that would make more sense, like to make it sound weird or make it sound old, like add extra like commas or like cut up the word a little bit. I think that makes sense. Or I think it's the same for, imagine giants or Goliaths. They probably have very like animal or strength based names. They would probably call things like Spire or Frost. How do you call it? Yeah, they would probably call something like, oh, Frostbite or Frostspire or Iron Fist or something like that, right? To make it sound tougher. At least that's the thing I'm thinking of. We still have a name left over. It's in the southern region of the central continent. It is in a sort, how do you call it? Like a, you could call it like a fjord, maybe, but it's not Arctic. If I were to compare it, I think it would be England, maybe. What would be a very English name? Let me look it up. English sounding towns. Ooh. Salutations. Hey, salutations to you too. We're thinking of an English kind of name. Ooh, I like if it's sounding if it's ending in bury. I haven't used that name yet. Okay, so English names, they tend to end up in fort or ton or bury or sham. Also wig. Burford, Brentwood, Bridgenorth, Bridgewater, Bridlington, Bridgeport. Oh, yeah. Well, it isn't really a port, I would say. Although, what if we call it Eelbury and then they sell the fish there? Like the eels. You can catch a lot of eels there. I mean, that would already make sense, I think. Albury sounds good. Yeah, let's go with Albury then. Thanks for the input. And it's a town. So I can add that Albury. I do feel like there's a part of the map where there probably should be a town, but there isn't any. So I should probably copy this and paste it over there. And then add just an entire new town to the map. But then also imagine a name for it. We were going with the English names here. Where was the... Oh, there it is. Don't forget ones that are prefixes like mount. Oh, yeah. But that's more for mountains, right? Or am I misunderstanding that one? Ooh, another drink. Ayuki, someone got ahead of you. They already redeemed the pay up or the savings redeem. Oh, worth or ham is also a nice end of a word. Oh, that reminds me. You could totally have a town called Godsworth, and then have them be very religious. That could be funny. Are you worthy of Godsworth? Have you been going to the Cloud District? Oh, of course you haven't. It's not for the rabble. Peasants. Poesroda. Yeah, I rolled instantly into the Cloud District one because you hear it so often, right? Like, oh, have you been to the Cloud District? You know, let's do this. Let's call one town Godsworth, and then let them be overzealous. Like, have you ever watched the what is it? It's that anime with Kazuma. What's it called? Konosuba. For those who have watched Konosuba, you know the Axis cult town. Oh, thanks for the care package, Satsuya. Yeah, for those who watched Konosuba and they know about the Axis cult town, imagine that's our Godsworth. God, they just try to get you to join their church. The hot spring town? Yeah, definitely. Anyway, gonna go continue my gaming. Yeah, no problem, no problem. That sounds insufferable. Oh yeah, it definitely is. But it should be funny to test their patience. Oh, would you like to sign your check after paying for dinner? And then they actually read the receipt, and on the receipt it actually just says that they're like joining the religion or something. Always read before you sign, right? I wouldn't like make it super nasty, but it's mostly just a fun side kind of situation in a town where people tend to not go because the people are so annoying there trying to get you to join their religion.
Hey there, demons. It's me, your boy.
Hey, it's Texan. How you doing? I was yesterday's stream. Eventually I had to go to bed, so I couldn't stay till the end. I actually gave you a shout out just earlier, telling about that you had a new PNG model that you showed off to yesterday. And Slanet also dropped by. Very nice of them. Still planning, I see? Yeah, I am. At the moment, what we're doing is adding names to our database and also sort of imagining the names. So we just came up with the name of Godsworth for a town. It sounds like that, like God and Worth combined, that's Godsworth. And we're gonna make that a very religious town where people are trying to get you to join their religion, just like how they did that in Konosuba with the Axis cult town. Thanks, mate. No problem, man. But yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing here. Trying to create obstacles for the campaign. God's word? Oh, no. God with a D. To make it extra obviously that they think they are worthy of God in that town because they're living according to the teachings of their God or whatever. Oh gosh, not the Axis cult. See, but that makes it fun. Imagine getting chased through town. Just sign here. And here I thought there were going to be hot god nun luring in. No, I hope not. Also, that's a bot. I'm bye. And you're dead. Yeah, we have a sound effect on our ban thing. And we will not see them again. KO! Yeah! I combined the sound effect from Street Fighter together with Smash Brothers for that. Jinn, do you do commissions? Oh wait, commissions for what? Like 3D stuff or D&D stuff? Because I was planning to eventually, if I get good enough at 3D modeling, that I want to do commissions for people. But hey, if people think I'm good at creating D&D worlds, then that could be interesting as well. What are you thinking of at the moment? Oh, that could be a cool thing as well. If I just imagine my own like database of plants and ores and that sort of stuff, and then I make that list accessible through, I don't know, VGen or something, and you just pay, I don't know, $2 or $1 for it. So it's like easily accessible because hey, it doesn't have to be expensive, right? Like John's background when you stream together. Oh yeah. I made this that background quite a while ago. Yeah. I made one for Karoshin, which is her bedroom, and I also made my own bar, and I also made John's library background. Yeah, I have not opened up commissions yet for public use, but I was planning to do that. And those were the first tests to see how long it would take me to make a background. And then I realized, oh, making a background can easily take a month if it's like detailed and 3D. You did shins too? Yeah! Wait, maybe I can show it. Properties, browser. Let me show you if I still have it in my possession. Yeah, it should be saved in the 3D model images, and then it's the background. Yeah, this is. You're talking about this one, right? Oops. You're talking about this one, right? This background? Yeah, this is the one that I made in 3D modeling. Yeah, that's what I made. And I also made the, where's the other one? Where's Shins? I made multiple versions for Shins, like I think during the day, during the morning, and during the evening. Yeah, like this one. Like if you zoom in, you can literally see a body pillow sitting there on the sofa. But yeah, this is also what I made. So I'm actually better at making backgrounds and scenes than I am at making humanoids or animals. Wait, Tatsuya, are you looking for someone to make a background for you? Oh, there's also a hint. If you're ever questioning if I made something, there's a little hint in here. So if you look at this picture, let me go make it smaller so you can actually see it correctly. Guess who's hiding in there? It's my slime. So usually if I made a scene, then I kind of hide the slime somewhere in the environment. So if you look at John's background, you should be able to spot a slime somewhere there as well. Yeah, this is like my watermark. It's like a game of Where's Waldo. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I figured that is the best way to prove that something's mine, but just integrating it into the scene, and it's just an innocent looking like decoration, right? Nobody would worry about it or think it's bad or it doesn't fit or something like that. But it's easier to hide in a scene than just adding my name in the bottom right, like, oh, created by this or that, or having a logo there. If it's actually in the scene, it's harder to delete as well. That innocent looking slime looks angry. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, the base emotion of my slime is pretty much he's always angry. Or always frowning. But that also makes him cute. But I should definitely make more of them. So what kind of background are you looking for then? Like something modern or sci-fi or something fantasy related? I mean, feel free to talk about it if you want in public here. I'll DM you the details. All right, no problem. Like, Karashin was kind enough to share her VGen page link with me, so I can also open up a shop on VGen in the future. I got some adulting to take care of. Just figured I'd drop in a minute. Have a great stream. Thank you very much. I hope to see you again, Cunning. But yeah, this is pretty much what I do creatively. I do 3D modeling and then I make scenes like that. I also... Wait, I don't think... I have not used my bar in quite a while, but I'm working on upgrading my bar as well. Where's my bar? Where's my bar? Where's my bar background? Ding, 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 ding. That one is in my personal folder, of course. Let's see, we got the D&D backgrounds, we got the background music, we got... Oh, there it is. That's the old one. Oh, there it is. Oh, I should probably resize that so it actually fits again. See, this is my my bar background, but I don't really use it that often because I'm trying to make it look nicer or update it, so I can in the future actually animate it. I think it would be nice if it was a double-sided bar, and then you have like a central island where the glasses are in, and then if I got people sitting in the background at the bar, that would be nice, or they could sit, take a drink, and eventually leave, like a random event or reference to someone, like other VTubers. I think that could be funny. But yeah, I have not used this in quite a while, but hey, this is also something that I made. And now I'm doing 2D D&D maps making. Sana lurk. I have a great lurk. You could have parodies of your VTuber friends. Yeah. So, because I specialize in items, objects, furniture, and buildings, right? I was thinking it could be cool if I 3D modeled like an item of my VTuber friends and then put it on like a shelf or put it on a plank or like a glass cabinet, right? As like a reference, but also a remembrance token. Because there are some VTubers that already kind of retired. Like I watched them or I interacted with them, but they're no longer active as a VTuber. Or they, well, one actually just straight up disappeared. They didn't log in since 2 years ago and nobody knows what happened to them, which is kind of sad if you think about it, that they suddenly disappeared. But it would be nice to have some kind of token of remembrance for people that you played with or interacted with. And then eventually you have like this entire collection of like little tokens or items sitting on shelves or on glass cabinets, and people can ask like, oh wait, what's this from? Or hey, what's that? And then you get to tell a story. Sag, yeah, it kind of happens, right? Like some people, like they grow out of the hobby, maybe something happened in real life that prevented them from continuing streaming. Some get a girlfriend and don't have time anymore, like that sort of stuff, right? It's part of life. It's what happens. For now, I'm still here, and I'm gonna be here for a very long time. And if I ever decide to not continue as a VTuber, I would definitely announce it. Like, I would not disappear. If I were to disappear, like I suddenly don't log in anymore for like a year, then you can just say like, oh, well, probably he's retired. Retired from life at that point. I always feel bad if people get ghosted, so if I were to stop being very active as a VTuber, I would definitely at least say goodbye or give it a proper closure instead of just dipping out. I feel that's the least I can do, right? But to be honest, I have no such plans. I just want to do more stuff. I like my gaming, I like my D&D, I like Cyberpunk, so I'm gonna continue with it. Let's see, we added God's Word last, and now I have to add it to the tab. So let's color code this region as purple. And then there is a desert area, but the desert area literally only has one big city at this point, called Sulara. Although I think Sulara doesn't really sound very desert-y like, right? I feel like we need a more, well, not necessarily Egyptian, but definitely something more Middle Eastern, I think, as a name. What can I go for as a name? By the way, Tech, I forgot to ask, but are you interested in D&D, or have you watched D&D before, or know what it's about? It's pretty much gotcha. You'll probably like it, because everything is decided with dice rolls. Oh, you attack? Well, roll a dice, see if you hit. Oh, you want to do damage? Roll a dice, decide how much damage you do. Oh, I have no idea what Dungeons Dragons is about. So, essentially, what you do is there is a dungeon master, which in this case would be me, and I would be the game leader. I would be creating the obstacles, the dungeons, the dangers, the monsters, and then there's also some players who have characters inside the game, and they try to survive whatever I'm trying to throw at them, right? The end goal is not for me to kill them, but it's to tell an interesting story. It's like Lord of the Rings, but if it's a game. Wait, that's where you roll those dice with lots of size and determine your fate? Yeah, pretty much. See, D&D is just ancient gacha. Before the gacha banners, we just had to roll dice to decide what happens. But that randomness is kind of funny. Like, oh, you're facing off against a dragon. Its armor class is 18. That means you have to roll 19 or higher just to damage it, right? And then you roll it. And then maybe you get a 16 on the roll itself. But because you have modifiers, like bonuses to your attack, you could still get above that. You need a new name for the big desert city? Yeah, I'm open for suggestions. As long as it's not swear words in some other language. Usually there's some desert city name generator or list, right? Where you can take some inspiration from. So what I'm thinking for that big desert city is that it should be a trading hub slash bazaar where you can get a lot of different exotic things, because it's situated halfway through the desert on the northern region. So that means that things from the west or things from the east would probably cross there to get to the other side, which means people would probably sell off some stuff there. Probably some water issues there as well. Perhaps some status issues between the higher class citizens and the peasants. Because hey, the working class has to slave away to get water in a very dry environment, and then you got probably the rich, like a sultan kind of thing, or maybe a grand vizier that's very selfish and just wants riches or something, or wants cheap labor. Ooh, that could be interesting. Would they? Okay, this might be nasty, but what if there are trade tariffs inside the desert city because the Sultan or like the Grand Vizier are trying to profit from it? Like import tariffs. Because you have to go through them to get to the other side of the desert, maybe. See, this is where you take inspiration from real life, but then for a fantasy setting. Ancient Egyptian for desert is Deshret, which means red land in Arabic is Sahara. Sahara? Oh, that sounds like Sahara, right? Is that why the Sahara is called the Sahara? Because it sounds like Sarah? I think it needs some kind of pretentious name. Yeah, but it is redundant to call it the Sahara Desert. Oh, just like chai tea. I only know that because of the Spider-Man movie, like Into the Spider-Verse. It's saying like TT. I'm looking at some names. Ooh, starting with Zol could be interesting. Like, let me type it out so you can understand what I mean. Like Zol something. Thule. Wait, what was the word for Thule again? Definition of Thule. Roman Northernized, it means the most northern location mentioned in ancient Greek or Roman literature and cartography. It is on the north side of the desert. But not of the world. Is there a meaning to Zul itself? Oh, the name Zul is a boy's name meaning owner slash possessor. Ooh. Owner or possessor. That sounds very merchant, but also very elitist, right? What would be... Okay, like, can we find an Egyptian word for... maybe gem or crystal or pearl? Pearl in English, Egyptian Arabic dictionary. What is the Arabic name? Lulu. So it could be Zululu. That sounds kind of funny, but also weird. Delulu actually means delusional, and Sululu means solution. So when you put them together, the Lulu of the Solulu means being delusional is the solution. Are they delusional because they're walking inside a desert and getting a delirium or something? Oh, Zul is the word in dragon language that means voice. But it also means owner slash possessor. But that's Skyrim. Thuum.org. Why not add the red part from Deshret, meaning land? Okay, I get. So, what? I'm gonna type it out for you, so you understand what it's gonna sound like. Zululu red. I mean, too long? Yeah. Probably. But Zulred is like too short again, right? Something like mirror, maybe, in Egyptian. Ooh, that could end up pretty interesting. So we take the Zul, Ang, Red. Okay, I'm gonna type it out in chat so you can see what it writes out as. But I think this sounds pretty interesting. Right? At least it sounds cool to me. Better than the Sulara that we had. It sounds way more intimidating as well. Zul. Or for short, you can just call it Ankret. You like it? Nice, let's go with it. So we just created Zu Ankret. Although we should put more emphasis on the Zul. Zul Ankret. It's the mirror of the desert or something like that. Or mirror of the land. Which kind of makes sense because it's like a big city in the desert. So if they have like a watchtower or like a very tall building with a mirror on it so it reflects the sun, so you always know where the city is, which could help with navigating the desert, right? Because if you can see a gleaming light on your right side, then you at least know that the city is north of you, or at least that's the north of it. It's like you know how there's like lighthouses for ships that are in the sea? But since this is more like a desert, which is like a sea made of sand, right? That they have a lighthouse for people that are wandering the desert so they can always find their way back. Since it's so dangerous out there. Probably with a lot of sandworms. It could be two parts of one big city, one part being Zul and the other being Ankret, a division of Worldbuilding. Ooh, like an outer ring and an inner ring. And then the inner ring would be like the hanging gardens, right? I think, yeah, the hanging gardens are like very bountiful for gardens, right? With fruits and a lot of plants in there. And then the lower side of the city would probably be a lot drier. Although you would be in the shade in the lower city, right? But because there's so little water, or maybe the water that goes down there is already contaminated by whatever the higher-ups are doing. Like the higher-ups could maybe be bathing in the water and be very luxurious with it, like like spraying their vegetables or the grass or whatever, and then the people on the lower levels are like really desperate for water on a daily basis. You think that the party would do something about that, or it's just the local culture and they can't do anything about it? That would definitely mess with their moral compass, right? Like, are we gonna stay here and try to solve this, or try to change this? Is there maybe a local resistance? Are they gonna help the resistance, or are they gonna snitch on the resistance? Have you seen the films called The Platform? No, I have not. What is it about? Also, I should probably add some desert towns still, right? Because there's still some oases here and there. So I figure we should add some. Let's see, desert-looking villages. I got some PNGs here and there. This one looks good. This one also looks good. And now we have to just make it smaller. And then give them a name. I'm just gonna call it Village A, Village B. Now we have to imagine names for villages. There should probably be a village on the east side. Like a last checkpoint before you actually head into the open wide deserts. So there's a valley where there are some cactuses growing, and that the valley ends up going out into the open desert, right? So I figured like the valley where the cactuses are is probably also where the village is. And then the other village should be over here. It is a Spanish film about a platform that lowers to different levels. A feast at the first, and the people eat as much as they want. The lower it gets, the less food becomes. Wait, I remember something like that, but didn't the elevator go the other way around? Like, didn't it start at the lowest level and then go upwards? Or did it go downwards? I thought it was like going upwards. And then every day someone could make an order for food, but then there were people that would eat each other's food, and then the higher level would say like, well, someone ate my food, so I'm gonna eat someone else's food as well. And the problem would just get worse and worse the higher up you are. I think it went downward. Oh. Okay. And I think eventually this guy goes through the elevator shaft, and I think he's going downwards, right? I'm not sure what the reward was, but I think you could escape, or he tried to escape or something. But it also ended up with a knife fight. That movie you were talking about sounds like the show called H Show. Oh. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, that's only what I vaguely remember of it. Korean? Could be. Let me look it up. Because if I see a scene of it, then I know what it's like. Movie where food moves between floors. Yeah, it's the platform. I think it is the platform. Every month, prisoners switch between the tower's many floors and are fed by vertically moving platform with food on it. Oh, yeah. You're right. It moves from the top floor to the bottom floor. Starting at the top full of food and feeding the prisoners on each level one by one as it goes down. The only rule is you can only eat for a couple of minutes that it sits at your level. You can't keep any of the food for later. Everything else is fair game. Yep, I think you're right. It's going down. When you mentioned water being distributed from the upper rings to the lower, it reminded me of the platform. Oh, imagine if you get thrown into the dungeons there. Oh, it all sounds like Mad Max. Yeah, witness me. But instead of like, imagine they have the whole witness me thing, but instead of like going on like mad vehicles, instead they have like the horses or the, what's it called? Do you remember in the last Avatar with Aang, the last Airbender, that they went through the desert area, and instead of using like wheels or horses, they had like sort of surfboards or like surfing ships, and that they used the desert wind or something to move around? Yeah, they stole Appa! Yeah, that one! Yeah. He went kind of mad there. Yeah, he almost entered, well, he definitely did enter the Avatar state there. Yeah, but you remember those ships, right? Like, imagine if you have that in the desert as well. Like, if the wind is right, then you can surf the wind from point A to point B, and you would travel faster than if you would typically go by horse. You would probably also outrun any giant sandworms that way. Maybe you can make it smaller, or maybe we can combine. Like, imagine there's like an ore that has anti-gravity effect, like it makes things lighter if incorporated into a weapon, or maybe you can incorporate it into like a board, so it makes you lighter. And then if you put a sail on top of it, you can make like a hoverboard or something, but like a fantasy one. The upper level rings could distribute fresh water to the lower ones and sometimes food in order to keep them complacent and dependent on them. Yes, because the problem with being stuck in a desert city is that you can't make it across the desert because you're already struggling every day. So you're stuck inside that city unless you have money, right? If you have money, but you're in the lower levels, there's also a lot of crime. So saving up money is also the problem of people stealing it from you. So even if you try to save up and make it across the desert by buying the correct materials or tools that you need, if someone steals it, yeah, you're back to square one, right? That's like literally, it's almost like a social statement, like being stuck in a situation, because if you do try to save up for things, you're just gonna get yourself into more trouble because the people around you are also struggling and thinking about their own survival. So what would be your best way out of that city then? To become a sellsword? Or... yeah, probably to become a sellsword, right? Become a bodyguard or courier, so you can hitch a ride with the merchants. But that also means putting your life in danger against the fantasy creatures in the world. You think a desert city like that would have a coliseum? Like, where combat is celebrated? Well, I wouldn't say celebrated, but like the higher caste of the city would probably enjoy watching shows. The lower caste would probably have to fight for survival, but also fight to make a name for themselves, so they can get hired by merchants and escape the city. Interesting dynamic. I like it. There can be so many problems in a society like that, in a hard-to-reach place where you almost can't get out of. Oh, we were looking for the names, right? What could be a nice name? I wonder, is there a list for names in Egypt, or... wait, well, let me go look these up. Oh, that's it, Persian! Yeah! We can incorporate some Prince of Persia into there. Those were a lot of ads. Oh, yeah. Wait, how much ads did you get? Seven? The heck? Wait, how many minutes was that? Like, was it a total of 3 minutes? Or was it more than 3 minutes? Oof. I'm sorry you had to sit through that. Normally it's not 7, maybe like 1 or 2. Okay, I got some names. I'm gonna type them out in chat. Where was the other one? There it is. These sound kind of cool. Are these villages or other settlements? These are just the villages. This is what I got.
Nice.
Nice names. All right, we're going with it. We're making progress. Okay, let me add them to the list. So we got Zoo, Ankh, Red. Also, I should probably make this bold so I know which are the cities and which are the villages. Why does Maracat sound like a stretched out market? Yeah, it does, right? Because if you just remove one A, it pretty much sounds like market. Also, one of the villages literally has the word haram in it. I just realized that. Is that a smart idea? Should I avoid that or not? It's not harem, not with an E, but it's haram, which is, I think, for not Egyptian, how do you call it? Like Arabic people, that something is not pork, for example. Like we can add dungeons to the world later and give them unique names as well, but for now I should start with the towns. Are you guys big fans of Prince of Persia? Like, I really like the original trilogy, especially it was the Warrior Within, because I thought that the Hakan was a very cool creature that kept chasing you. That you could only outrun it, like you couldn't fight it, right? So you had to parkour your way out. And then there was the Two Thrones, where you had your own inner demon. But I also like the Prince of Persia from 2008. Like, those were my favorites. Original Trilogy looked nice. Yeah. Like, I did see there was like heavy discount on Steam for the trilogy, but it's still Ubisoft, so I was like, I'm still careful about that, because I know Ubisoft is getting bought up or split off, or it's going very bad with the company, right? So I don't want the game to suddenly disappear from my account. I only played the demo of Sense of Time on the Xbox. I'm not sure, did they make a remake of Sense of Time? I think they did, but I don't think they did it for Warrior Within. Also, I have to add the towns to the world map. Let's see. We can call village A. What should we call village A? I think this one would be nice for Marraket because it's connected to like a river. Meaning there's chance for trade over there. Also crocodiles probably. Like the Nile, right? The river in Egypt that also has like a lot of crocodiles. And then we have the other village that we can then call Asharam. I hope this doesn't mean anything bad in those Middle Eastern languages. I can only hope. I don't speak them. And there should be another village. Probably south there. And then we add the name here as well. And that one should be Kurazan. Don't even forget the importance of caravans. Oh, definitely. So this region, how I set it up is there's a big desert in the center, right? And around it are various mountains. And between those mountains are valleys. In those valleys, it's like arid, dry, maybe some cactuses, some thorn bushes or whatever, but not a lot of how do you call it, like sustenance. And then you have the mountains itself. So what I was thinking is like, okay, the desert should have its sandworms and like sand creature danger, right? And also have like a very hot climate, so it could like be unbearable during the day. So you definitely have to maybe trade in your horse for a camel or something like that. Then on the outer outskirts, if you go around the desert, maybe you can do that by horse. It is the long way around, but you could still do it. If you don't want to go through the side of the desert, you could also go through the mountains. But if you then go through the mountains, it would then be more like a Grand Canyon kind of situation, right? Like rock walls on both sides, only a path forward and back, so it's easily to get ambushed. So I can imagine that bandits or criminals would probably have their hideouts in the mountains, and then because they're on a higher elevation, they could look into the desert, so they could easily spot nomads or caravans to rob, right? But also going through the desert would also probably be, well, not going through the desert, going through the mountains is bad because that's their home turf, right? Everything is bad pretty much, and people have to go select like, hey, you want to go out into the desert or do you want to go through the mountains? Because it's all dangerous. Okay, so I added the towns. Now we also have a zone that's more like island-based, pirate adventure. Well, I wouldn't say One Piece, but there is a navy and there are pirates. Yes, there are marines, but not Goofy pirate or Luffy pirate adventure. Not that sense. I do have the big city name, which is Blackhaven. Although I already have Black Reach, right, as a name before. Should I keep that? Is that valid? I think yeah, I already got a black log in here, so I should probably not call it Black Haven. I should change that name. Let's see. It could be Spanish-ish or Caribbean. Ooh, that's some cool name. Santa Caba, or Little Town. Puerto. Oh, Puerto means harbor, right? In Spanish, I think. Masculine noun means port or harbor. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna change you to Puerto. Barrios. That sounds cool. What does barrios mean in Spanish before I make... Oh, that's funny. Barrios means neighborhoods. So if I say Puerto Barrios, would it be harbor neighborhoods? Port neighborhoods. No, I'm gonna go for this one. Puerto Nagulio. Nagulio doesn't mean anything, so it's a safe thing, but it sounds very Caribbean. Right? Good old port neighborhoods. Yeah. It's like Harbor Town. To be honest, it sounds like how do you call those? You know, in South America, there's those ghettos, right? The how do you call it? Like the small houses with very narrow roads, right? I forgot the name for it. Darn it. South America. Oh, favela. Yeah, the favelas. Favela is an umbrella name for several types of impoverished neighborhoods in Brazil. The term which means slums or ghetto. Yeah. Like very tight-knit, stacked on top of each other, small homes. Okay, so we got one over here. I'm just gonna call the other one Cayo Rios because that sounds cool. There's there's another town here that's still unnamed. What means Barra del Sula? That probably means something. Sula Bar. Oh. I thought it would mean something else, but... Santa Pedro. Saint Peter. Oh. Do we know any Spanish songs, by the way? Spanish songs. Ah, yeah. Despacito. What does Despacito mean, though? I probably should not just call a town Despacito. People, they would hate it probably. It says it means slowly. You know, if you add an H after the C, Despacito, then it means office, apparently. What are you naming? I'm trying to name port towns in a pirate kind of setting, like the Caribbeans or South America based, like hot climate, maybe Mediterranean. Which means you can take inspiration from like Italy, Spain, Portugal, Mexico, that kind of naming style. Saint Peter? Santa Pedro, I think. Yeah, Santa Pedro means Saint Peter. Yes. Wait, what does sun mean then? Oh, sen also means... What if we call it this? I think you guys gonna hate me for doing this, but what if we call it San Pasito? Instead of Despacito. I don't think Pasito means anything on its own, and San means saint, so it could be a name. I think we can make it work. Okay, what else? What does Maya mean? Maya. Maya means nothing. Cabezas means heads. So if we say Maya cabezas means Maya heads, which could be a reference to Mayan inspiration. Is what I'm going with. Okay, more names, more names. Wait, what was Coco again? Isn't that crazy? Oh, it means coconut. So if we call it Coconut Town, Ciudad de Coco. Wait, how do you... Yeah, Ciudad de Coco. It means coconut town. I mean, that works, right? It already gives a hint at what should be growing there. Probably coconuts. So we got a town over there, power there. This should probably be on an island. Over here. So I should now take over the names into the database, so we don't forget about them. We got Puerto Nagulio, Santa Pasito. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Snavira. We met our goal. We are on 240 followers now. Mini celebration. Let's go. Thanks for the follow. We're just imagining names here for our campaign and adding them to the list, so we can add well, not really modifiers, but information to them. Congrats, thank you. So I'm gonna guess you're very much into D&D, maybe? Vera, my beloved. Hope you're doing well and having a great stream. Yeah, we're being very creative today. Chat is helping me imagine names for towns. Hey, small world. Let's see. Oh, I forgot some names. There it is. Maya Cabezas is also going to be a town name. We already got Cayo Rios and Ciudad de... Oh. For the current region, we're taking inspiration from Spanish, Mexican, kind of Caribbean names, because this zone is more sea-based and hot climate, so I'm thinking pirate adventure sort of thing. They're probably gonna have to go from shoreline to shoreline by boat. World building names, I used to do that when I was a kid, for real. Yeah! would you also draw out like world maps and then add towns to it and like little villages and that sort of stuff? Let's see. Uh-huh. Wait, can I do that slideshow again? Oh, there it is. So, I got a slideshow thing on the top right where it shows the icons that I'm using on the bigger map. And by just planting these, you can add dungeons to the overworld, pretty much. Kid me wants to be in one of those. Like you want... Wait, do you still want to play D&D? Or is it like a childhood fantasy that you were just creating worlds, fantasy worlds? Not maps, but like decide what character fits where in the world. Oh, yeah, character creation. That's fun as well. Like that's a very big aspect of D&D as well, like making your own character, right? And then not just the stats, but also the backstory, like, oh, he's like a medieval knight, or maybe he came from the Middle East, or maybe he's a samurai, or maybe he's a gun-wielding cowboy. Like you have so many different things you can combine in D&D. Like you probably couldn't go full automatic with a gun or something, but like those old style guns, those muskets, that could still fit in the world together with cannons. Especially with the pirate stuff going on. Okay, so at the moment I have one leftover name that I need to change. I've been into cozy RPG games most of the time. Does it count? I think it counts, yeah. Stardew? I have yet to play Stardew. Is it a little bit like, would you call it like a mix between Terraria and maybe Animal Crossing? Is that it? Because I think in Stardew you still fight a little bit, but not too much, right? And then I think you're mostly farming and helping the villagers, I think. I have it, but not played Stardew. Oh, I haven't played either, don't feel bad. Ah, yeah. Man, I have not even touched Animal Crossing in such a long while. Stardew is cozy. Yeah, funny enough, I found my cozy game in Enshrouded, which is actually a Souls-inspired game, but the village building in Enshrouded is so good that you just feel like renovating towns. So I just claimed a big town and I started renovating the walls and the floor and the rooftops. And I'm sort of locked story-wise at the moment because I wanted to also co-op a little bit of it together with John. And we have to kill a dragon before we can continue again story-wise, and that would allow me to get more materials, which will help me renovate the town better. It's Harvest Moon inspired and has Terraria in Game Gift. Oh. Wait, there was also that other keeper that reminded me of, what was it called again? Core Keeper. Have you heard of that? Although I think Core Keeper might be closer to Terraria because there's more combat in that one. But Core Keeper sounded interesting to me as well, but it's also like one of those games that if you start, you have to definitely keep playing it, right? Because there's so much to do. How's the planning? We're doing pretty well. We got some towns. And I'm looking for Mexican city names. just to spice it up a little bit. Wait, Tech, you're back? Yeah, he was back. He was streaming yesterday. He revealed a very good model yesterday. His new PNG model. He also played Expedition 33. Oh, I like this one. Salarion. That sounds cool. We're gonna call this one Salarion. Okay, are we missing anything? We have a name that's on the coast near a forest, far away on the northern side of the Caribbean, and to the north is a poison swamp, because what world could not use a poison swamp? It is not inside poison swamp, but what would be a good coastal town name? Coastal town names. I'd swim in that swamp. Really? Are you sure? With the gators? And well, I hate mosquitoes, but I'm definitely gonna add giant mosquitoes. Because small mosquitoes are not really a danger, right? But imagine if they're the size of your head. Then suddenly they become a lot more scary with their blood-sucking ability, right? Oh, I like this one. Bitter Wave Bay. Like we're suddenly getting into Dark Souls territory here with the swamps. I do feel like it's an interesting zone to go through, because suddenly you have to deal with hexes and you have to deal with diseases and infections, right? Mangrove, because Minecraft. Oh, a mangrove is a type of environment, right? Oh. Small mosquitoes aren't really a danger without yellow fever or malaria, maybe. Yeah, well, I am from the Netherlands, right? We only got normal mosquitoes here, so we don't have to worry about the malaria or yellow fever. Although with the climate change, I'm not sure how long that will last, because if the Netherlands is getting hotter and the water is rising, what will that mean for the mosquito population? Will they travel further up north because now it's warmer here, and then suddenly start infecting people here with malaria as well? I hope not. Yikes. Mosquitoes just suck in general. Bottom tush. Ah, I see you're going for the jokes as well now. Just jesting. No problem. But yeah, I'm gonna call the coastal tone Bitterwave Bay, and then more inward, we can call it something mangrove, right? Tropical plants that are adapted to loose, wet soil, salt water, and being periodically submerged by tides. 4 major factors appear to limit the distribution of mangroves: climate, saltwater, tidal fluctuations, and soil type. But wouldn't mangroves be closer to jungle than to swamps, if I think about it? Because it sounds like it's more like a coastal region of a jungle. instead of a swampland. And of course, if it's like a swamp region, we definitely need a swamp town with some... we don't take kindly to strangers around these parts. You better go back where you belong, stranger. And instead of like reloading his shotgun, because no rednecks, no guns, right? They are reloading their crossbows. Would not catch me in that section. No, me neither. I would not go there. Oh, hey, thanks for the care package. Everyone, don't forget to stretch, get something to drink if you haven't had some in a while. Baneback Slow. No. The Baneback Wetlands. No. No, I should not name it that. That's why are they suggesting this name? Okay, so they called it the White Wetlands. I was like, oh the hell no, that sounds very racially associated. I should not call it that. You know what would be funny? If you make the marshland like redneck elves. Like, because elves are normally high society and very like looking down on other cultures, right? Like, oh, they have like ancient culture lasting for so far, but then you just got like yeah, the redneck elves in the swamp. Yeah. You know how in a certain elf, how do you call it? Like a certain elf media, like the storytelling, they say like, oh, elves, they don't procreate fast enough, or because they live so long, they're rare, right? Or there's not a lot of them around. Imagine you combine that with like the whole swamp situation, like keeping it in the family. So you got some malformed elves there. I'm sorry if I'm going dark here, but Sorum Wetlands. Ooh, Bane Hint Wetlands. Sorum. Could be interesting. Or we could go for like very simple like a very simple name for the town inside there. We can just call it Block Town. What was that space in Dark Souls again? The poison area in Dark Souls 1? Dark Souls 1, poison area. Blight Town. Yeah, see, so Bog Town sort of carries the same simpleness to it. Imagine you got some scrawny, crooked elves walking around in a loincloth, loading their crossbows against strangers. I think one town could be Bog Town. At least one. Let's see. Let's find a good picture for that. Yes, this one. Then I have to change the colors for it. Imagine the situation is like inverted there, that the elves are like crooked and inbred or something, and they're like the simple folk there, and then you got like, I don't know, some troll or goblin or some other swamp creature that's like highly sophisticated. Ah yes, the swamp elves. Don't mingle with them too often. I feel like there would probably not be a lot of towns in the swamp, but more like individual little homesteads that's probably fenced off because, hey, private property, we don't want you inside our private space. Or it could like be inspired from Resident Evil The Village. See, which name? Wait, what if we just call one of the town locations, or like one of the estates, we just call it Soron? I think Soron could work. It's short, it's easy. Then we need another one. Inspired by the Midgar Zolom, the giant snake from Final Fantasy VII. Oh! Yo, that could work for a swamp, because we could just add a giant anaconda to the swamp somewhere. Like maybe some kids were missing, including 3 sheeps. Right? And then you figure out, oh, it's a giant anaconda that takes up like 10 feet or something on the grid. You know, for a town that's on the north side of the swamp, next to the coast, we can just call it Nordwater. It's a very simple naming sense, but it fits. Because it's in the north of the region and it's next to water. See? We don't have to make it too complicated. Nordwater? Yeah, Nordwater. I guess North Sea wouldn't work because North Sea is pretty much what I'm next to. Like, North Sea is a real location on the world. It's the sea next to the Netherlands. funny enough, Netherlands, if you think about it, sounds like a fantasy zone. Like, oh, it's the Netherlands. It sounds like some demons are walking around there. Oh, North water. Yeah. So I do think I'm gonna keep water with TER at the end, but we can remove the H. So it becomes North water. You could pull the, you could put the Netherlands in, and then make a very political statement about the ruling class inside this. Like imagine I make the politics absolutely a bureaucracy, a democracy, and everything goes slow. And there's like 16 political parties, and they always talk about the most useless shit before they actually get to the point, because that would be the Netherlands then. Yes, we have to talk the entire day about if we have to collect dog poo or not, instead of handling international crisis. And they're from the demon realm. Yeah, there's just a demon portal in the center of the town hall, right? Oh, no, even better, it's just in the center of the political building. Let's see, so we have 2 towns in the swamp and 1 little, well, private area, I guess. We should probably add another one. A very simple name. I once did have an idea for a fancy nation that's literal bureaucracy. Oh, it's gonna be endless, being like sent from the, how do you call it? From the, being sent from the door to the wall or something? Is that still a thing? Ah, yes. Turn Heller Poldar. No, not Polder. Turn Heller Point. I think I like Point more. Political bureaucracy, demons who take a long time to make decisions. Yes, so we're gonna have to make a meeting so we can decide when we have our meeting for our meeting about the actual meeting that is about the main subject that we talked about 3 years ago. I hope everyone got their notes, because I forgot to print them. That would literally be hell. Netherlands. Oh, be careful. There might be ads incoming again. Just so you guys know. Wait, it's 5 minutes? Oh, no, it starts in 5 minutes. Okay. I was thinking like, dang, they're getting longer and longer. Okay, so poison region. I have to, no, the Caribbean region. I forgot to add the Bitter Wave Bay. We got the main city. Salah, Rayon. Okay, so I got how many towns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 towns. And one city. Okay, that's correct. I'm gonna paint you a little bluish. And then we're gonna move to the swamp again. And take over those now. We're gonna... The biggest area is Bogtown, which isn't really a city because, well, who would ever build their city in the center of a swamp? Not me. And then there's Turton, Heller Point, Sorgon, and Colmere Meyer State. And then there is North Water. Okay, so we got 5 civilized locations inside the desert. No, not the desert, the swamp. Ogres! Ogres in the swamp with pet donkeys. Get out of my swamp! Oh, and then the ogres have layers, right? And oh, wait. What's their favorite food? Onions. Okay, so we got how many zones? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, did I count correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We already got 8 zones ready with the towns. There is the jungle, but the jungle only has 1 big city and almost no villages because it's just not feasible to have villages there because it's a fantasy jungle and fantasy jungles are really lethal. Anything from giant insects to dinosaurs usually walk inside those jungles, if not for Aztec zombies or whatever, or mummies. So you figure 1 coastal city at the north side of that region would be enough. So you come straight into harbor there, which is with a heavily fortified wall, and from there you could go out the main gate, because it would probably be very rewarding to go hunting for monsters there. Get it? Monster Hunter. Maybe they have some special materials you can make weapons with. I already have a name for the city, and it's Kirtokal. Sounds intimidating enough for me, I think. There's also Wormspire, but Wormspire is in a different region. Wait, maybe I should take this one. I turn this one green, and then this one to red. There we go. And I have not put any towns inside this region yet. Oof. Because this one is pretty far away from the starting region, so I figured they're probably gonna get here very soon. Imagine they just beeline it straight into that region. Oh, I heard dragons and drakes. Let's go there. It's funny how certain regions have, what is it? Almost, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Like, there's one region that has like 13 settlements, and then another region only has like 1 or 2. But it still makes sense, right? One thing I have a little trouble with is imagining where the dwarves would be. Because the dwarves would be anywhere where there's mountains in general, right? Is what you would think. But would dwarves venture out beyond the sea just to get to a mountain, or would they stay on the main continent? Because there's definitely mountains on other regions as well, but you have to cross the ocean. Would a dwarf be willing to cross the ocean to be able to go underground? Like, they're probably not fans of water, right? Is what I imagine. They're short, they're stout, they're not, probably not good at swimming, is what I'm guessing. Although, going to an unexplored mountain range and to start delving there could be a call to adventure for them. Or like to make a new dwarven settlement. Okay, so what am I missing? Okay, so I got Keltatal, Askaran Expanse, Koshizari, which is still not filled in. The Verdant Maw is filled in. The Sea Shroud Shores are filled in. The Festered Veil is filled in as well. Drakenheim is not filled in. The Whispering Veil is also not filled in yet. The Winterreach also not filled in, but there's no settlements there. The Shattered Owls. There should be nothing there. Blister Brow Expanse. I'm not sure if I should call it Expand. I should probably rename it. Blister Brow Expanse. What would I call? just call it a blister brow domain or something to switch up the naming a little bit. What else? We got also nothing in the mountains yet, but that should be dwarven related. I feel like there's a region called Skybreak's Ascent, which is like the tallest mountain on the continent. But I feel like there would not be many towns on the surface map. So that would probably mean I have to make a secondary underground map with tunnels. Or mining shaft, or... That could be cool though, that you have to continually travel underground from point A to B. And that you could like spend 5 days underground walking through tunnels just to get from town A to town B, which is maybe a mining outpost or whatever, deep in the mountain. And then one of the problems of that region could be like unexplained earthquakes or rumblings that makes the tunnel shake and causes some tunnels maybe to collapse. But that's inside the mountain, and then you also have the summit of the mountain, right, where you could have a totally different kind of situation unfolding. Do I also already want to start naming the parts inside Wormspire or Drakkenheim? Probably not. That's too far away. At least I named the regions. Yeah, I named the beginning region and 2 regions away from it in every direction. So I should be good. And just setting up the file is already more important, or like if I can work from it, then I can easily add more later on. At the moment, I have no idea for materials anymore. Like, I was thinking about adding, like, ores, like, special gems with magical properties to the world. So if you use them together with, like, weapons or shields or armor, then it could create magic items in a sort of sense. Like, oh, you got moonstone ore. If you use the moonstone ore together with iron, then you create a moonstone sword or something, and maybe that sword would glow in the dark. Something like that. And then you think, like, why do you want a glowing sword? Wouldn't that just make yourself a target? Well, yes, it would make yourself a target, but it also counts as light in a dark tunnel, so you don't have to hold a lantern. Or maybe if you have armor made out of drake ore instead of normal iron, then you maybe have resistance against fire or magical fire or something like that. Because the potions give the temporary effects, and the ore should be used for equipment for more permanent buffs. But they shouldn't be too strong, or on the other hand, maybe they should just be rare. I do wonder, like, what kind of amount of ore do you need, or ingots do you need, before you are able to make something out of it? Like, D&D itself, I don't think has, like, a list of materials that you need to make an armor, right? And the only thing, like, the only game I can sort of think of that would have a steady quantity of things would either be like World of Warcraft, or it would be like Minecraft. But I can't imagine you needing what? I think it is 8 ingots for a chest piece. Is that too much? I should look that online. There's probably some blacksmiths still in existence making things. How many ingots for a chest piece? To make iron chest plate, place 8 iron ingots in a 3x3 crafting. No! Why is the first result immediately Minecraft? Around 40 to 25 kilogram is the typical weight of a full suit of armor. Some of that is mild, some of it is plate. Okay. So how much is a medieval ingot? Medieval ingot weight. The gold ingot, no, not the gold. Copper based. So it's around 10 kilo per, well, let's say 9 kilo per ingot. So for a full suit, you would probably need around, well, no. For a chest piece itself, you probably would need 3 or 4 ingots. But then you also need the pants, right? So I would probably guess then you might need 6 ingots or so. And then you also have to think how much ore do you have to collect for 1 ingot. Ooh. I'm gonna have to think a little bit about that. Oh, I think the new character is online, right? For Girls Frontline 2. Sorry for the suddenly topic shift, but I just got remembered. Like, I think the ban is already live, right? Where's the game? Warning, Steam was unable to sync your saves with the Steam Cloud. Really? Why is that? Wait, why are you unable to sync? That's weird. Wait, there's a game on discount? Ooh. Hey, Juan Nuez Gomez, welcome. How you doing? Apparently Bread and Fred is on discount on Steam at the moment. 40% off. That makes it interesting. Yeah, we're just doing some world building today, just thinking about what materials to add to the world, some town names, some regions. And then I just suddenly reminded that there's some update in a game where you can get a new character. So I was just thinking like, wait, I could just take a look. Oh damn, that's a 7 GB update. Yay. Yeah, I think that update hit. Uh-oh. I just hope that my internet isn't becoming more unstable then. Also, the funny thing is, in Girl Spotlight 2, I still haven't, I still haven't finished the main story. Yeah, damn, it's a big update. I do like the visual style of Girls Frontline 2. Like, if you just look at the objects, like how grim the world is, I like that. Like, I wish I could like 3D model stuff like that. But you also have to remember that it's an entire team working on this kind of stuff, right? It's not one individual. Sometimes you tend to forget about that. Well, that thing is probably gonna update for a while. Can I lower the audio of that thing? Oh yeah, I can probably do that in my sound settings. Where is it? Let's see. What is the best move to do now? For some reason, I haven't thought well enough about the region of Drachenheim, so I'm not really sure about what to add there. It's also one of the more bigger regions because it's like a... Well, I guess you could say it's like a big bay with land and mountains on both sides. Definitely more rugged terrain. There's also mountains, also snow there. I'm guessing the... it should have a more military vibe there. I would not say Magitech, but more, how do you call it, like imperialism? Since the pirate zone is the marine kind of focus, would Drachenheim then be like air combat based? Because hey, dragons, drakes, worms, that kind of stuff, right? Maybe griffins. Definitely possible. Like the thing I'm struggling with at the moment is like there's the northeastern zone. I haven't placed any towns or cities yet. There's the north zone where there obviously shouldn't be a lot of cities. Maybe 1 or 2 towns. You know what? Why not? Can I see? Is there any town location that would fit there? Yep, there is. Would probably be more akin to like an Eskimo kind of town, to be honest. very west side. And we're just gonna call it Village C for now. So you got Village C, Village A, and Village B. And I still have to decide a name for it. You know what we could do is I'm gonna keep creating this until the update is ready for Girls Frontline 2. Then we log in, do some polls, and that would probably be the end. So we at least know if we got the character or not. If it's the character we want. Because I think it's Vector, but I'm not entirely sure. There's still a chance to fill the role, right? Okay, so we definitely need some very Iceland-like names. Or Greenland. Greenland name ounce. Nook. Oh. I have no idea what these names mean. Kolbenvik. Kolbensvik. Oshfjol. Sounds cool though. See. Sketchastyle. I have no idea what it means, but it sounds cool. Krosavik. Why does that sound Russian? Krosavik sounds Russian for some reason. What does it mean? Definition of Krosavik. Cross bay or inlet. Presumably an inlet where a cross was erected. A farmstead. Oh. So we can add some new names to the list. Where's my sorting list? There it is. So I go to town and then I say Krosavik and then Svarv. And then push. No. Oh, I totally forgot about it, but I was thinking about the teleportation rules in this world, and what I came up with is, where is it? I wrote it down. A shrine must be physically visited and attuned to before it can be selected as a destination. Attuning to a crystal or shrine takes 1 minute of uninterrupted contact and focus. A creature may attune to any number of shrines over time, so you're pretty much collecting them. Teleportation cost. Teleporting through the shrine requires 1 spell slot per 10 hextiles of traveled, rounded up. So if you're moving 20 hextiles away by teleporting, that means it costs you 2 spell slots. Spell slots can be contributed by multiple willing casters in the group. Higher level spell slots contribute their level in points. For example, a 3rd level spell slot counts as 3 points towards the total. The cost may be fully paid before teleportation occurs. If the party cannot meet the cost, the shrine does not activate. So that's to avoid abuse, right? Group teleportation. Teleportation affects the caster and any creature who mutually consents to travel together. Both the caster must willingly include the creature and the creature must willingly accept the teleportation. All participants must be physically present at the shrine at the time of the activation. Unwilling creatures are unaffected even if touching the shrine. Magical displacement sickness. After teleporting, a creature may suffer magical displacement sickness. A creature affected by this sickness cannot teleport again for 14 in-world days. So that makes it so you can teleport back and forth between regions in a super fast way. And it also costing you spell slots, right? The sickness does not prevent travel by other magical means, only the use of the shrines. Ta-da! That's what I came up with. So that should balance it out. I hope. Okay, that's another region, but they could always take the long rest before and after, right? Yeah, but that would still not prevent you from not being able to use the shrine again for 14 days. Like after you teleported, you can't make use of a shrine for 14 in-game days. Sure, you could sit around for 14 days, but in those 14 days, your rations start to run out, right? Because these shrines are not located inside towns. They're in the middle of nowhere, in the jungle or in the forest. So that's what I came up with. Like, it costs you spell slots. So that means if you're low level as a party, you can't travel far using those shrines because the locations are too far away. At higher level, once you start getting spell slots suitable enough to travel long distance, it will still cut deep into the spellcaster's supply of magic. So after teleporting, they would definitely want to rest up. And then it's also, well, it takes, what is it? Let's see, but in relation to spell slot cost, so it's mostly a distance limit. Yeah. So the spell slot cost is decided by the distance. If you're only teleporting from one shrine to another shrine and it's 10 hextiles away from each other, then it would only cost 1 spell slot, right? But imagine if you're teleporting 200 hextiles away. That means it's 20 spell slots. I hope you have a lot of casters in your team. Because once you go that route, you're gonna have to turn in a lot of spell slots. Like, it could be 4 times 5th level spell slot, or it could be 20 first level spell slots. But it would definitely chunk hard into your magical supplies. And it really depends on how much magic you have in your team. If your team is mostly barbarians, warriors, rogues, and that sort of like, then yeah, you're relying maybe on 1 or 2 spellcasters, like maybe the cleric or the druid or a sorcerer or whatever. So that also decides it a little bit. And if you can't make the full distance, what you can then do is imagine you absolutely hate a certain terrain, or you think it's very hard to maneuver. Then you first travel by land until you reach a suitable shrine, and from there you teleport beyond that annoying terrain that you don't want to walk through, and then you can just skip that zone, and then you get a 14-day cooldown, so that means you can walk 14 tiles again to where you have to be, and then make use of the next shrine again. So you can sort of wave back and forth between using shrines and manually walking at that point. But it's to avoid abuse by the players, where they keep teleporting back and forth from one end of the world to the other. Because that also makes it much harder for me to prepare stories for them. Like if in one session they're going from a storyline that takes place in the northwest, and suddenly they decide like, oh, let's go back to all the way to the southeast, and I don't have a lot of story prepared or problems prepared for them to face in those regions, then I'm screwed. Pretty much. So that's why I have to halt them from not moving too fast over the map, especially early game, right? I have to balance it out a little bit. Part of me was thinking about money, but I feel like money is not a good way to limit players in teleporting. I feel like the money aspect should be reserved for just equipment, for mounts or transport through, for example, ships, or maybe airships, or how do you call it, like the wagons, that sort of stuff. I feel like you can use gold for that, but you also need food for rations, right? Like for food or for potions or magical equipment if you have to buy or repair stuff. I feel that would be more fitting. Of course, maybe they can buy a house in a town, and then if they have a wizard, they can make their own teleportation circle inside the house, so they can always teleport back to that region if they really want to. But we should definitely not make it too easy. I think like the teleportation circle thing is like a 6th level spell, so even that you won't use very often. And it relies on someone actually picking the spell. And I think most wizards go for other types of spells. Okay, other region. We have a region where we're gonna need some gothic names. Not goth names. I know some of you might be thinking about goths again, but it's not where you find your goth girlfriend. Oh man. Yeah, if only it was that easy, right? Let's look for names. Some suitable names. Gothic Victorian era. Well, not really Victorian. Ooh, ghost town names. That could be cool. Hazelbrook. I'm actually liking that one, Hazelbrook. Like, it doesn't mean anything specific, but it just has a nice sound to it. Snavira is entering social stuff. Oh, okay. No problem. Have a nice lurk. Thanks for watching. one we should call Hazelbrook. Nameplate it. Yep. Remove the surrounding circles and place it down. I'm not sure where. Yep. There's this one as well. I'm just selecting the image for the towns on the map. I think that we should have at least 4 of them. What would be a nice last one? Not this one. Yep, that works. So you got 4 towns in this region, which is kind of Gothic inspired. The very depressing zone. I changed it, and now we have to go look for names, because we can't just rely on one name. This might be just my opinion, but why not tie distance limit to something other than spell slots, like spell caster levels or spell modifier? Reason being that the players will probably just take a long rest before or after teleporting, which might get tedious. Trying it to something else would make it less much so while still keeping the distance contained. Thoughts? So what I think is that mostly the initial problem is you have to find a shrine, right? You have to find Shrine A and you have to find Shrine B. If you have found them both, then you can teleport between them. But only if you have enough spell slots at the moment. I'm totally fine with the party resting before or resting afterwards. That's, I think, part of the hex scroll. So that means, hey, another day passes, or maybe 8 hours passes before they can make the trip, or they have to wait after they make the trip. And in those 8 hours that they're resting after teleporting, they would have to set up camp, right? In a forest, in a plains, in a cave, whatever. And that would also grant me the chance to roll if there's gonna be an encounter. Sure, they would be weakened after a teleport, but I feel that would be good because overworld encounters tend to be weaker, especially at later levels. If you're gonna get attacked by wolves while you're all level 12, you're gonna crush those wolves, right? But imagine you just teleported from far away and suddenly you only have like first and second spell slots left because you had to make use of your bigger spell slots to make the transport, right? And then suddenly wolves turn a little bit more interesting again, or well, maybe not the wolves, but like dire wolves or something. That's what I'm imagining here. Because if they're on full strength and they just encounter some dire wolves or dire bears or maybe even like werewolves, you know how the power scaling goes for wizards and sorcerers, right? Or the paladins, like the nuke builds. That encounter is over in like round 1 or 2, if that's the case. But if they are a little bit weakened purely from a magical damage output perspective, yeah, then they still have to fight. The fight lasts a little bit longer. The creatures actually get a chance to damage the players. And when they do, they might lose some of their HP. And then instead of being at full health while traveling, they might already have taken 16 damage or something while having to travel around. That's the idea for me, at least. But of course, the spellcasters in the group will probably object to always being the battery, right? So sometimes they would say like, yeah, I don't feel like teleporting all the way. Let's just travel by land. And if they travel by land, they might explore some new regions in between the teleporting shrines. And then they can use their fireballs and like their dangerous magics. At least that's at least how it works in my mind. If you have another thought about it, feel free to share. I'm not against feedback or input from a second perspective. Also, if nothing happens, it's just them saying like, oh, we would like to take a long rest. Oh, sure. Take a long rest, you get all your shit back. And then it's pretty much like a 2-minute, well, maybe 1-minute conversation. Like, oh, you took a rest? Well, you got your stuff back. If nothing happens. So on the other hand, it also doesn't cost you too much. Let's see, we had Hazelbrook, we need other names. Would Grimhelm be fitting? Because I know Helm comes from Wilhelm, which is a very German name, right? And Wilhelm means protector. So if the location is called Grimhelm, then does that mean they're a protector against Grim, like against the dark? That would make it a hopeful name, even if it's sounding dark, right? Because who would name their village like actual like evil ground zero? Like would you live in a place called Mordor? Would you live in Sauron Town? Probably not. Imagine your city is called Mornington. But not mourning, as in like, oh, the start of the day. No, mourning, like grieving over the deceased. Mornington. That's so depressing. Oh, I like this one. So, I saw the name Crowmore and I saw the name Jewel Rest. But what if you combine it into Crow Rest? That could be a nice one. I would never call a town Deathburg. Who would want to live there? Clearmore. They're giving a lot of Grim, Morn, and Bry. Oh, Blight. Okay. Arachmorn. That sounds like a spider overrun city. Flamefall. Netherburn. Onyxboro. Neckmire. Greebury. Frost. Thorn. Ashen Ridge. I don't think we have anything with ash in the world yet. Ah, yes, we gotta call the town Ash Ketchum. Serpentmoor. Nah. Ashburn. Ooh, Ashburn could be cool. What would you find in Ashburn? Maybe a great fire that decimated the town? That's why they call it Ashburn? Or maybe the wood that they're using inside town has been blanketed in fire to give it fire resistant properties, like what they do with the Japanese wood. Like they I think they burn the outer layer of the wood planks so it becomes resistant to insects and fires, I think. Oh, Ashford could be good. If not for... Ashburn. Maybe that's better for a fire zone. Ale. Yo, I know a nice name, and it's gonna be less dark than the other ones. It's gonna be Alegate. And then not ale as in feeling ill. No, it's gonna be ale, A-L-E, as in the Alegate. Because maybe that was the primary way for alcohol to get into the kingdom. So they nicknamed the town the Alegate. Like this. That's how you write ale, right? Ale. Yeah, style of beer. So we got Alegate. And we also got Progress. Okay, so we got all of them. And then the Alegate should be at an entrance towards the kingdom, or towards the zone, right? So I'm gonna place you there. Hazelbrook should be there. And then we need a name for the big city. We're gonna need some inspiration from what's that game? Darn it. Bloodborne. If the kingdom imports their ale, who exports it? Probably the dwarves, right? I figured the dwarves would be pretty good at making ale. And then who who makes the wheats for, or like the ingredients for the ale? Maybe the humans. Well, how I put it down is that Alegate is situated on the northeast side of the country, where there is a river that leads out to open sea. So imagine that the ale gets transported by ship towards the river, and then it has to survive the river travel just to get into the kingdom. And people would maybe try to rob that ship because, hey, they know there's a lot of alcohol on that ship meant for the kingdom. The battle at what is it? The battle at Alegate. Okay, that's funny. There's a website where you can make your own how do you call it? Dark Souls or Sekiro or Bloodborne related location, and if you click on travel somewhere else, it actually plays the sound from as if you're teleporting. It could be cool if we would name the city something hopeful. And even though the zone is very dreadful, it's like a nice opposite, that people had high hopes for the location, but it went so wrong. Okay, I'm gonna use that. Let's see. Something hopeful. Yeah, it's like the naming sense of a bygone era. That would be nice. It's like for those who played World of Warcraft, right? There was the Eastern Plague Lands, which was base World of Warcraft. And there was a little chapel there called Light's Hope Chapel. Like, okay, cool. That chapel is called Light's Hope Chapel. Very hopeful, right? Very radiant or holy or whatever you would call it. But if you look at the direct environment, it's like a desolation hellscape with plague zombies everywhere. Hmm. Why the alcohol again? So one of the suggestions that came up was glory meat. And I'm not talking about glory meat with a T, but with a D. So meat is also alcohol. But why would you call your capital city after alcohol? Glory meat. Something hopeful. What words come to mind? Light, dawn, hope, courage, guard. Oh, something with guard could be cool. See, grace. Ooh, grace could be interesting. Okay, let's type out those words. We were saying light, hope, guard, courage. What's another word for courage? Another word for courage. I'm drawing a blank here. Synonyms for courage. Help me out. Valor, bravery. And valor is short enough to work. Valor. Okay, so we got light, hope, guard, valor. What if you take some inspiration from French? I mean, we got sort of reminded of Expedition 33 anyway. Perhaps some... French name generator. Interesting. Ooh, if it's French, we can use the word saint, which is also very holy sounding. Clairgard, Valmeyer, Loomvale, Esperald, Solbrer, Bow Marchant, Garde Claire, Curevale. What is lion in French? Lion in French. Oh, lion is just lion, but it's pronounced with a softer pronunciation. Leon. Oh, hey, Leon could be cool. So Leon, Loom, Sol. Wait, Sol Leon. What does that mean? Sun Lion? No, I don't like Sol Leon. Because it sounds like Sully or Sod. Sounds weird. So why is it all with L's? Leon? Loom? Oh, the end instead of guard, like G-U-A-R-D, we could remove the U and make it guard, G-A-R-D. Soul Guard. Hey, Soul Guard is an easy name because Soul is the sun and Guard is like protector or guard, literally, right? So Soul Guard would be a very hopeful name. So I think Leon Guard would not sound that well. And me calling something Lionheart would also not fit because that's just a Final Fantasy VIII reference at that point. So Leon. Legardia? Like the problem with le at the start is that le comes from the word the, right? Like I think the French use le and la at the start of their words just to use as the or it, I think. On the other hand, why would I be against a Final Fantasy VIII reference? Why not? I mean, there's Balam Garden, the gardens, which could... Ligaria? Ooh. That could work. Let's see. We got... Let's type that down. We got Ligardia. We could go... Leo... Guard... Soul Guard... What does Claire mean again? I think with like if we use Guardia, the D is too strong as a letter, I think. So, for example, if you remove the D, it would become Ligaria, which sounds way softer as a word, right? Does Ligaria mean anything? Let's see, Ligaria, Logaria, Lagaria. Oh, Liga. Apparently in Latin, it means to bind and to unite. That's a very hopeful word. It might not be French, but Latin sounds pretty cool as well. So they're saying Ligaria poetically could mean united light, the last accord, the binding place. Could work. What if we make... Okay. What if we make it a two-word city? Like this. Because then it also has sun in it. Could work. Or you could also switch it around, like you call it Ligaria Soul. Which of the two would sound better? Soul Ligaria or Ligaria Soul? I think I'm gonna go with Ligaria Soul. That prevents you from having two L's in a row, because Soul ends with an L and Ligaria starts with an L, right? Which was my earlier thing that I didn't like. So if I do it this way, then that's no longer a problem. Then we can add that to the database again, where we call it Ligaria Soul, Hazelbrook, Row, Rest, Grimhelm, and Ilgate. And then we make this one thicker, and the rest we give a color. There we go. How many regions do we have now? Okay, we got this one, we got this one, got this one, this one, this one, this one, not yet. We got Winter Reach, the Warren Step. This one. So if I were to change the letter type to green so I could more easily see what I already did. Okay, we're missing 1, 2, 3, 4. We're still missing 5 zones worth of towns. But I think I'm reaching my end creatively. I'm noticing I'm slowing down. So I think I should probably end it for today regarding D&D stuff. I could still do the fast pull on... Where's the game? There it is. Can we capture it? I'm not gonna fully play the game today, but I think I might as well do the pulls while I'm still streaming, right? Ta-da! Is it loading in? I don't think it's loading in. Okay, so it might not work with that. Okay, add game capture. Ta-da! Oh, that's a little bit big. Where should I put it? Just top right? Oh. Banner time. What did they give me? Server maintenance, of course. Thank you for the 300. Oh, and 105. Thank you. We were... Time limited events. Okay, where was that banner? I always keep forgetting, like, how the interface works in this game. Yeah, this is the cool one. Vector. What's her moveset, actually? The head shake. Okay, what did she do? Physical damage 80%. Select an enemy target within 7 tiles and deal burn damage equal to 120 of attack to them. If the target has any burn debuffs, also deal fixed damage equal to 50% of attack to all enemies within 3 tiles of the target and applies overburn. Select one enemy target within 7 tiles, apply smolder for 2 turns, and deal burn damage equal to 100% of the attack to them. Vector gains 2 points of confection. Okay, so you're building confectionants constantly. Select the tile within 7 tiles, deal burning. That's a big burning AoE. Equal to 60% of attack to all units within 7 tiles of the target tile, and generate incineration tiles lasting for 2 turns. Applies accelerant to all allied units. Lasting for 2 turns. Vector gains extra command. Oh, an extra turn as well? Gee. And that's her ultimate, right? Yeah. What's her passive? Perception block. Immune to negative effects inflicted by burn tiles. For dealing burn damage, if the target has overburn, inflicts overheat combustion for 2 turns. Let's start. At the start of battle, increase the number of all support attacks dealing burn damage by 1. The start of the turn, if confection is a maximum vector, consumes all points of command to increase attack by 10% until the... Okay, so you're using the first 2 the first 2 skills to build up confections, and then you use them all up to... Oh no, you just build it up to get the 10% buff, and while you have the 10% buff, you use your ultimate, is what I'm understanding. Sure, we can roll. We got some tickets to spend, right? I think the month also changed, so we should be able to get some from the market as well. Where's it? The shop? Where's our free stuff? Thank you for the free stuff. Thank you. And then, where's the other one? Trading post? Wait, what? Cyborg shop? Platoon shop? What? Yo, new weapons? Uh-oh. Please join the platoon first. This is not correct, I think. Or is it? Yeah, we can get this. Oh, did they change the overlay that you can access all the shops from one central place? That would be nice. Road stack. Yep, we want these, all of them. And then we want these as well, all of them. Glory store. I did not know there was a glory store. Basic purchase. Okay, so we should have gotten some more tickets. How much normal tickets do we have? We have 50 normal tickets. So we could roll for a normal banner. And then of course get flashbanged. Nothing. Okay, that's fine. We got the other banner, right? And we got 90 rolls. Will we succeed with 90 rolls? We're gonna find out. We should probably turn up the audio, right, for this game now. Is it playing the audio now? I'm not sure if it's capturing, but doesn't matter in the end, right? We're just doing quick pulls. Nothing. Roll them dice. Yeah. More gacha during our gacha, right? Well, more gacha during our gacha preparation. No, that's still normal because he has a different pose if it's gold, right? Oh, one of those other characters that I never really use. Still normal. Oh, a shotgun. Which I also don't use. I think. Wait, do I already have a better shot? I don't think I have a better shotgun. I still have to get one for Sabrina, I think. Don't lose the 50-50. I'm definitely gonna lose the 50-50. What do you think? You think I'm that lucky to get both Kluke and Vector right after each other? my luck is cursed. If I want something, I don't get it. Hey, we got Nemesis. Well, I did get lucky on the gun and on the character with Kluke. Nope, still not. I think I'm gonna hit pity. What is it? The heart pity, maybe. We still have 40 left. In 23, we're gonna hit the heart pity, I think. Oh, hey, that's a different pose. We didn't hit the heart pity. What's it gonna be? You got one? Well, I'm not sure if it's actually the unit that I want or not, right? All variables within acceptable range. Rest easy, Commander. I'm here. No! No! I already got you. Oh. Oh! Wait, what? Oh! We got the AoE Tiger Girl. Again! We got her so often. It's a cat girl. Yeah. Is it a lion? Wait. I still have 30 left. So I'm not completely broke. I can work towards the other polls. Because how many days is this one still left? 17 days. 17 days you can still get another 20 tickets, right? Let me first look at my, where is it? My refitting room. Let's see how much lions I got already. Here, look at this. I'm already at segment 3 now. That means I got 4 lions at the moment, right? Yeah, do all the content you can get for all the tickets. Yeah, look at that. So I'm already 3 levels in, plus the base character. So I already got her 4 times. But hey, she works with AoE at least, because she gets an extra attack whenever... Yeah, when an enemy unit within range takes AoE damage. Yeah, so she gets an extra attack from that. I lost 50-50 for both Kluke and Mekti before I got them, and I had 26 more for Vector. Ooh. Well, I can just keep pulling, right? I mean, why not? Also, I think it's funny that sometimes the animations get stuck, that the door is half open. Yeah, these are just normal guns, right? Yeah. How good is her gun, by the way? Okay, that's not it. Oh, I got Sharky, I think. Sharkery? The idol, right? What is he? Electric? Yeah, I didn't have her yet. Hey, that's not bad. Okay, last 10 for the day. And then I have to go start farming again sometime. No! that's a normal one. See, this is what I tell you. If I really want something, I don't get it. yeah. No, there's no problem. Like, I know if I do another 46 pulls, I'm guaranteed to get the character, right? I, however, am broke. Yeah, I still haven't done the content. Like, there's still the main storyline where I can get points from, I think. Like, these things are still worth 50 points a pop. So every 3 missions I get another ticket. And there is also probably the event stuff, right? If I look at the event, unspoken feelings, escape from cyborg, child. Oh yeah, here's another 20, another 20. Outfit, Vivi sometimes hides her molotovs. Oh. Oh my gosh, you're gonna be freaking loaded. Normal and hard mode gives hecka gems. See, that's why you don't push through the storyline, because then you always have a surplus of gems you can always access whenever you need. It's also a way to counteract the fear of missing out. Because if you play all the way to the latest content, then you always have to wait for more story, right? And I can always just play more story whenever I feel like it. Like, oh, I feel like doing a chapter. I could play now, and I can just pick up some gems in the meanwhile. But I read the whole thing. It got me wanting more lore, and I beat it all. Really? Like, I actually, well, my problem is that we got introduced. The starting story was interesting, right, about these characters, but then the medic girl got added, and I just don't like the medic girl. It's the whole situation again that happened also in Honkai Star Rail, where you have what is it, March 7th, or you have Paimon in Genshin Impact. Like, the super happy-go-lucky character, they just always get on my nerve, especially if they feel fake. Like, I like the more, like, the serious, or the commander, or the, well, even, well, I wouldn't say depressing, but, how do you call it? What is that role within a group? Oh yeah, the comic relief. Like, the comic relief is still better than the fake happy-go-lucky girl. We all hated Colfine, however, after the story, she grew on me because she has her reasons. True, but the animations and the voice lines are still gonna remain the same, right? Like, if you go to the refitting room and you already, where is she? You already click on her. I already don't like her. Luckily, she's at the bottom here, so I don't have to worry about that. Also, I got Mosin Nagant. I don't have her weapon yet, though. But she looks interesting with the electric setup. It's a... Wait, okay, it's official. Caffeine is now your favorite. No, 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 never. I got Bracia. No, no. That's never gonna happen. There was, what's that other character called again in, what is it called? Fantasy Star Online 2? Line 2, NGS. There was also a blue-haired character. I didn't like her. Oh, Aina. Yeah, there's a character called Aina in Fantasy Star Online 2, and she also is the happy-go-lucky girl. Although her outfit did get better, I will admit that. But she is, story-wise, so useless. And then somehow in the storyline, she got a promotion to squad leader. And I'm thinking, how? If you're gonna lead a squad, everyone's gonna die. Oh, Aina. Wait, you also played NGS? Oh, you like the other girl? Oh, the one, the Kudera, right? The silent one. What's the other? What's her name? What's her name again? The cool thing about NGS is that you have a lot of customization, but the shitty part is that they are totally not rewarding you for grinding. That's such a grindy game. Like, I got just burned out from it, and then I never returned. Damn it, what's the other girl's name? Oh, Manon. Manon, right? Yeah. I think she got an outfit upgrade as well. I played PSO2 when it was released on Xbox almost as much as I play Monster Hunter. Oh, I'll tell you something interesting. Fantasy Star Online 2, NGS, is actually illegal in the Netherlands. So if I were to make an account and I say I live in the Netherlands, yeah, I don't get access to that game. I have to say on my account that I'm from Germany so I can play that game. New Genesis, when it first came out, had like no content and the grind was oof. Yeah, like every day you had to log in and then go to the southern border to pick up your meseta, and then you had to go to the canyon bit to go pop the balloons there in the sky to get also some meseta, right? And like you had to scrunch for money, man. And the more time you put in, the lesser your efficiency was. So it was better to log in for 1 hour a day and do the same loop over and over again. And then you have cosmetics costing like 25 million plus. I could not last there. Wait, why? Oh, I think it's because of the gacha element. Because you know how there's loot boxes in that game, right? You pay money, you get a loot box, you don't know the reward. And I think they broke some gambling rule here in the Netherlands, especially since child gambling here is illegal. And same with Belgium, where they got stricter regulation that they don't want loot boxes in games that are accessible by children, because it is addicting and children can't really resist gambling as much as adults can, right? Dang, no gamba in the Netherlands. Well, it's still fine for Honkai Star Rail and what is it? Like the other gacha games, but it was specifically NGS that did something wrong, and that's why they got sort of kicked out. It might be happening in the future as well, because there's making the regulations for Europe stricter for gacha games. Let's see if I can find it. Gacha game regulation Europe. So they're trying to introduce a law over here that where is it? Oh, here it is. Let's see if I can put it on my window or not. I can minimize the game and then show you the window capture, I think. Okay, that's very small. Here, when in-game virtual currency or in-game digital content or services are offered for sale, their price and real-world money should be clearly and prominently displayed. So you can easily compare the value of what you're getting, right? The left to the right thing. So it doesn't just show this value, but it should also show this value. So you know what you're paying in real life for that currency. because they're doing this on purpose, so you lose track of how much this is actually worth. Like, if you paid 1,000 diamonds or something, and you don't know anymore what 1 diamond is worth, then you're gonna lose track of that in a game, right? When in-game virtual currency is offered in exchange for other in-game world currency, which you can buy with real world money, its price should be indicated also in real world money. So if you turn one currency to another in the game, it should also be notified that, hey, this is actually worth €5 or €10. Imagine in your favorite gacha game, you constantly saw dollars instead of platinum or diamonds or tickets or that sort of stuff. Imagine if you saw the real value, then suddenly you wouldn't be that interested in that, right? Because suddenly you get reminded of how much something is actually worth in real life, right? So that's how they want to stop the addiction, or like gambling addiction. When in-game digital content or services are offered in exchange for in-game virtual currency that can be bought directly or indirectly via other in-game virtual currency, their price should also be indicated in real-world money. So if you want to, for example, do a time skip because you don't want to wait, or you want to refresh your energy or whatever, that should also show how much real money you're spending just to skip that waiting time. Price should be indicated based on what the consumer would have paid in full, directly or indirectly via other in-game virtual currency, the required amount of in-game virtual currency without applying quantity discounts or other promotional offers. Practices to avoid: offering in-game virtual currencies only in bundles, mismatching the value of purchasable in-game digital content and service. So this is what a lot of gacha games do, is you can see on the left side, this is the base packages that they usually allow, right? But this is mismatched with this because, hey, you need 750, but this one is only 660, so you're gonna have to go for the 1400. This is also what they call a dark path, or like to mislead you to buy too much. Because if you buy 1400 and only spend 750, you're gonna still have some leftover, right? You're gonna have 650 diamonds left on your account, which is then also not enough to buy another sword, because, hey, you need 750. If you look then from, oh, can I buy 100 somewhere? No, I can't buy 100. I need to buy 330 just to get 100, right? So the price mismatching is also very misleading, because it makes people buy too much of actually what they need. Denying the customer the possibility to choose the specific amount of in-game currency to be purchased. Like, if I need 750, I should just be able to buy 750, right? Why am I being locked to these amounts that overshoot or undershoot what I need? So that's like just part of the things that they want to introduce. But I do feel it is a healthy thing to do. Like, this is something that game companies do on purpose, so you will keep buying stuff, right? Because, hey, it's a waste if you have 300 coins on your account and you're not using them, right? So you're gonna say like, oh wait, I just need 450 more coins and I can get that sword. I hate when gacha games do that. Just like, give me a price for the exact amount. It's so dumb. Yeah, but this is like human psychology, right? They know how the human mind works. They know people would still be interested in getting the item. And if the addiction to the gacha is big enough, they will still buy that 1400 diamond package, even if they only need, I don't know, 600 or something. They do it on purpose. And that's why they say, like, hey, this is inducing addiction. This is not fair. How do you call it? Like, this is players getting tricked into spending too much money, and it's unhealthy, and it creates addiction patterns. I think they call it a dark pattern or something, or a dark path or whatever. It's like a term in psychology, I think. How do you call it? Dark. Dark pattern psychology. Oh, yeah, here it is. Psychology, effects of dark patterns. Okay, I can share this on screen, I think. So over here, what they're saying is, if I scroll down, dark patterns are a popular design topic, but defining them can be difficult. That's because they've become so prevalent that many have been adopted as design conventions. It's crucial to understand these manipulative techniques in order to create ethical products that enhance customer trust. So here you can see, to put simply, dark patterns are carefully crafted interfaces that trick people into making decisions or performing actions that they would otherwise would not. Dark patterns can range from subtle omission to outright lies, but what they all have in common is that they undermine the user's intention and cost them time or money they never meant to spend. So it's like, yeah, it's manipulation or trickery. So because these dark patterns are in these gacha games these days, and because children play them, the EU kind of got woken up. And usually the EU with rules and laws is pretty slow. So if you are waking up the EU to introduce more regulation, then you must have fucked up somewhere, that there have been some major problems. And well, you can see how popular gacha games are these days, right? The mobile market has been steadily increasing over the years. It's like Zenless Zone, well, even Girls Frontline 2, or Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, like all those games, they have those dark patterns where you buy too much or buy too low, or you have FOMO where banners are only there temporarily, so you have to buy in a certain period or otherwise it's gone forever, or, well, not really forever, but at least for a year. So it induces FOMO as well, like fear of missing out. And all those things together pretty much create those dark patterns. So they want to stop that now, or at least reduce it. Like, one of the rules that I saw is that a banner should be available whenever. Like, if a character gets added to the game in a banner, that banner should be available 24/7 since its introduction. No more temporary 18 days. No, you get forever to pick your favorite character. I mean, I would be all for that. Like, hey, if I can get my character all year round and I can keep pulling for them, that's good, right? No more FOMO. But yeah, that's the interesting thing about like the dark patterns. If you're interested in that, definitely read more about it. It's super interesting how the human mind works and how they're explaining it. Like, how you're getting manipulated into making decisions that you normally wouldn't do, and it's just by user-face trickery that you still buy things or spend money on things you ordinarily shouldn't want to do. It's like inducing addiction. Oh, you know, like how it works with drugs as well, right? It's like, oh yeah, the first one is for free, but that gets them hooked. Like that kind of stuff. That's also dark pattern. Because then you already get the substance in your blood or in your body, and the addiction starts. Although, like, drugs is still hella different than gacha games, but you understand what I mean, trying to say, right? But yeah, I've been reading into this stuff a lot, even before it became a law, because the loot boxes from, I think, 5 years ago was already a discussion point here in the Netherlands and in Belgium. But what could happen based on this is either the gacha games disappear from Europe. That means I won't have access to Girls Frontline 2 or Honkai Star Rail or whatever, because hey, it's being pulled from the European market. The other solution is we're gonna get a different in-game store than the rest of the world, which means for example, the banners on the European servers will be available 24/7 and the prices will be shown forever just for the European market. And then outside the European market, where it's not a rule, you would still have the normal interface you would always have. But that also means they would have to make 2 games, right? Or like 2 versions of the games. One where the interface is hidden and one where it is shown. That is double the work for them. So what people are hoping is that if the European Union has enough pushback to introduce this law, and the companies really want the European customers to keep paying in their games, that they're gonna change it in game, and it might affect the game worldwide, or at least in the Western markets like US and Europe. And if that's the case, then we all benefit as players pretty much, because hey, you can actually buy the exact currency that you need in the amount that you need, and you also get the banner whenever you want without having to pull everything within 18 days time. But yeah, just overall interesting topic. Let's see. We did reach the end of our stream for today because I did the gacha pulls and, well, I didn't get Vector, but I'm gonna save up some more tickets and then we can maybe play and pull some more in the future. I am gonna be off from work the next day, but there are some things I have to go after, including me going to the zoo with my mother. And let's see, I was also supposed to go play board games with some family members. Because I haven't seen them in a while, and board games are pretty easy to spend time with, right? You do something fun, spend some time at their home. It doesn't cost you any money because you already own the games. You just have to bring some food and snack, or like, well, some snacks and drinks, I guess. At least you have it guaranteed. Yeah, if I get another 46 tickets, right? Don't mess with the gorilla in the zoo. Yeah, I'll leave Harambe alone. Funny enough, the whole gorilla incident is a Dutch thing. Even if 100 people are there as well. Yeah. Before, in the Netherlands, there was an old woman that always went to the zoo, and she was behind the glass, right? But she was always smiling at the gorilla and saying like, see, the gorilla likes me, he's smiling back. And the gorilla is just raising his lips to show his teeth, right? Smiling for gorillas is way different than for humans. So she was actually, every day that she visited, she was pissing off that gorilla. Eventually, that gorilla escaped out of its enclosure and it recognized her and it came right after her. She survived, but she definitely got hurt. And she thought like, oh, we're friends, we're always laughing, he's always smiling towards me. No, that was a sign of aggression. Yeah. Wait, let's see if I can find it. Dutch woman hurt by gorilla smiling. Oh, yeah, here it is. I found it. Here. Woman visited gorilla enclosure at Rotterdam Zoo on nearly daily basis and smiled at the male Bokito while staring at him. She was warned not to, but kept doing it, claiming Bokito smiled back, and they shared a bond until one day Bokito escaped and charged her, almost killing her. Yeah, that's Rotterdam, that's the Netherlands. That's my country. Yeah, we got some idiots here as well. It's a whack. Imagine just getting a gorilla so riled up that it escapes its enclosure just to find you and beat you to a pulp. He had a personal vendetta there. Bokito said, yeah, just wait until I get out of here. Yeah. It's like sitting in prison, waiting out his prison sentence. Once I get outside, I'm gonna get you. You're mine. Let's see. Who is actually doing stuff on Twitch at the moment? Because I'm gonna have to look at who to stream or like who to raid for today. I should probably turn on my raid shield so I don't get raided in the last 5 minutes of my stream. Ooh, Vera streaming? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, wait, they're doing Doki Doki Literature Club for the first time? Nice, let's do that. I'm not sure how far they are in the game. I think they're still in the happy-go-lucky phase. First time PTSD, let's go! from depressive D&D world building to PTSD visual novel game. See, they really just started. Nice, let's go then. Thanks everyone for watching and dropping by. Even if you're lurking, thank you very much. It's much appreciated. It helps me a lot on my channel. I'll be back again, I think maybe Monday. I'm not sure what I'm gonna play. I've been spending a lot of time on creating D&D. And I want to keep up the hard work so I can finally start playing it with the group that I have. Because people have been waiting. But yeah, I'm putting in a lot of hours to get this sorted out, and I'm looking forward to playing with you all. There's definitely some games I want to play as well besides this. I also want to play games with Texan, but I still have to find out some group games we can play. I have a lot of stuff to go after at the moment, but hopefully you're looking all forward to it. But for today, we're out. See you guys next time. Have a great evening, morning, day, whatever time zone you're in. And I hope to see you guys again next time. Bye-bye.